Testing. Cool. Oh shit. Oh. This whole thing. Hello, inventory. Just the usual. Just the usual today. I'm always sleep deprived. Always. Oh no, that's good. A stream is never meant to be watched. The original reason for streaming is not because I wanted people to watch, it's just because I wanted to feel like I'm being held accountable, and also to relieve her effort. I never really intended for anyone to be watching this the whole time. Yum, yum, yum.
Time to set the tone for the rest of the day. So if you're still feeling sleepy, shake it off.
Mm-hmm. All right. Are you doing anything to change it? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. This is like one of those YouTube shorts that I watch. Oh, I see. This makes it look weird. I should have not left in this. Do you want to talk about it, or did you not want to talk about it? Yeah, I do want to let you know that even if you delete your messages, it is still on stream because it shows up in the VOD. Alrighty then. Let's cancel one. Canceling on this side. Cancel this side. Oh, shit. No line. Are you telling me these things? Like, are these supposed to be jokes, or like are these real things that happen? Or are these supposed to be jokes? I'm not really sure. Okay. Why is that? It should be on the bottom side. Oh. Uh. Hello, Duvet. Yes, one of my favorite artists. Thank you, Duvet. Ugh. Here. I believe they blend 3D with 2D. I don't remember rendering being this tight, but yeah, everything in the scene is super tight. I meant like the character, because I get the, like, most of the time, like, people who do 3D renders for the scene and this and that, they don't spend, I feel like they are probably put all their time in the 3D part and not the 2D painting part, so the characters can tend to look a little bit less rendered. But this here is very tight here. But the hair is kind of interesting. The hair feels a little bit lacking, like in terms of comparing to everything else. To me, it stands out because like the render feels different. Yeah, but I wonder how much effort it takes to actually paint this rather than 3D render it. Can be fun, I don't imagine. How did they... Wait, hang on. What's going on with the perspective here, actually? Because the character... We're looking up at the character, but the scene... I guess it's all pushing up, I see. It's a one combined perspective. Yeah, we really gotta mess around with Blender. I would love it. I would love to be able to do something. I remember there was that one artist that was 3D plus paint over, right? They do 3D layouts and then they do paint over plus photo bashing. And there are a lot of sort of like brushstrokes bleeding out everywhere. So it feels a lot more painterly and a lot less sterile and clinical than this. They combine the complexities of 3D with the painterly styles that I do like with 2D. It does seem a little bit backwards in some sense, because like the painterly style, quote unquote, is basically just sort of, how do I say this, artists abstracting away details, right, and realism, because it's like extremely difficult to paint something super detailed and super realistic. So when artists paint it, they just leave brushstrokes in there and this and that. But doing it Blender first and then afterwards, it's kind of, it feels very backwards, because like you get super clinical already, and then you break it down. Yeah, but it'd be nice to have like a 3D, huh? We need to wrap up the 2D stuff. We need to get better at the 2D stuff, then I can kind of wrap it up for a bit. I wonder if these edges, I'm seeing all these really bright edges. I don't know if these are rendered in. They look like they don't necessarily follow the same source. It is. If we could do 3D, right? Like once you can do 3D, it's not much more of a step to make it into a game, or like make it into like an application that you can open, you know, and just kind of walk around the scene. Because once you have the 3D thing, like the programming side, or like a character that moves around, or like a camera that moves around, there is nothing to it, right? You can put it in VR chat, you can put it in Unity, you can put it in Unreal, you can put it in anything. And then once we get to that stage, like I'm not intending to make like a super detailed 3D games, but it'd be kind of nice to make like a 3D world, even if it's just one room. We can generate a few illustrations. You can get like, I can make Ria into a 3D, and then down the line we can have some things going. I quite like the, I don't know what kind of design sense, or like what kind of word you would use to describe something like this. It's kind of like retro futuristic, I suppose. It's got like the magnetic tapes. It's got, I don't know what nonsense this is. It's got like old retro style, analog style sort of turn knobs and this and that. Oh yeah, like I mean, what the hell is this called? A vinyl, right? Dang. But they are kind of like getting even better, I feel like, because like the older ones, I feel, no, it's just like slightly different, I think. They're all really polished pieces. It's not like the older ones are rougher. It's just slightly different styles. This is a little bit more flat and a bit more illustrative. The newer ones are clearly much more rendered. Like they left a lot of the render kind of vibes in there. Like these things here are so rendered. That subtle gradient across everything. But yes, thank you, Duvet. There's not much I can glean from this at this point, from this person's works, just because this is all 3D. Okay, maybe look at some of the textures and some of the things, but then like, if we are going this direction, is there any point investing that much time in like sort of necessarily learning and creating all these patterns in 2D, you know, like, I should just save the time and then deal with it in 3D when the time comes. In the meantime, we can tighten up a little bit more on render for ourselves. Like, yeah, there's like some oddities with anatomy and oddities with painting. I see this a lot with environment artists and like 3D artists. I can see brushstrokes in here though. I wonder how much of this is rendered. These dandelions or something like look like they're rendered, and then there's like some light brushing over the top here. Over here as well, I can see like the same texture being used across. Did I see Canada there? Really tiny. But yeah, I like this room a lot. I like this area a lot. It would be kind of nice to have like a... Oh, right, yeah. It's like, what's that Steam game thing called where you can work with like a girl in like a room or something like that. Kind of like that, but with a different style. Aesthetic. This is nice. I like this one. Oh, yes, anyways, thank you, Dubé. I do not know who that is. Why do they get like no followers though? Like, I don't really get it. Because maybe they're not just not posting enough, like not frequently enough, because they're posting Miku. They're posting it with really tight and intricate backgrounds. Very aesthetic, very designy. By all accounts, this should have blown up. Is this tag that competitive or like what? Is this? Oh my god, yeah, of course it is. I literally only know one person that draws like this. I have not seen another individual with a similar color palette like this. I see. Is this? Yeah, this is matcha. They have like very distinct styles. Despite like the matcha style, I think is like more, maybe a little bit more common. I feel like I've seen more of this than definitely more of that than I've seen of this. But they're still very distinct enough. I think it's just the level of polish and the balance that they get it to. Very rare to see like someone else with the same level of mastery, I think. Or rather, I haven't seen someone else. This is like Rella-esque. Oh, this is pretty Rella, like. The gamut over here, everything's kind of blown up. The tight rendering and the shapes, the long slender hair. Oh, they drew this for this? Oh, actually what's happening with this artist? Have they drawn anything new? Okay, it's getting into the direction that I don't like as much, where the forms are a little bit more muddied. These ones are really good. Hey, I could study theirs too. I think I'd like to study the colors though. Okay, yeah. Dang. I still like their Odo works more. Like, I still like this series more. This one especially I like the most. Nothing else recently has trumped, has beaten this. Black lines too, right? It's very dark lines. Nah, Inator, don't say that. That's not true. You have no idea, like there are a lot of great artists that just don't get enough exposure. Yeah, and I know tons of AI artists, quote-unquote artists, that get hundreds of thousands of followers. Thank you, Duvet. I'm gonna go back to my miserable render studies. I'm trying to do some more of these backlit kind of things. I want to see like what they're actually painting. Because in general, it feels like they're just kind of rendering as if there's like a very weak light source where we are. So all the shadows are around the outer edges of it, and that's about it. It's not like there any special consideration for how the light is bouncing around the room. But regardless. I don't really like what I'm seeing though. Anyways, but it's my job to make it look better, right? Here we go. Hmm. Right, guys. Ugh. Alright, let's see if this adds any details to this. Theoretically, this should work. If we just do enough of these stems ourselves, we should have enough to do whatever we want. But yeah. It should kind of work. We turn on opacity too. Could be. Does it work? Oh. So stamping is gonna make it very repetitive. Geometrical shapes aside, geometrical shapes are fine, right? We can kind of make do with these. These are fine. But if there's like a person in the window or some shit like that, that's gonna be super obvious very quick. So these are primarily there to add some kind of noise, but it needs to have very low value contrast. It's kind of like what I'm feeling from all of these windows too. Hello Kinono Neko. I don't know where this is from. I think there's a good chance it is. Yeah, I'm not actually sure where this is from. I don't recognize it. And I got this off of Pinterest, so it's not there's no good way to find out where it is from. Reverse image search might just give us something, but I don't actually have the link anymore. Oh wow, they're all the same one, I think. Let's see if I can preserve it. I don't think I did. It's been a while since I found it. I think it's like quite a while ago that I found it. GG. But yeah, I'm trying to find ways to make life easier here. Like having this, even just like a square brush and drawing lines like these, like repeated lines, like different width, different size, different gaps, that kind of stuff, is already a huge help. If we can just get some way to introduce some of these patterns in there, that would be great. Oh my god, this is great. Let me see. Having a square, having like a filled square versus like an empty square versus like squares with details within them, like what I've been trying to do here. And then yeah, if we have enough of these, then the only problem that we have to tackle then at the end of the day would be perspective. We need some way to work with perspective in a simpler way. Everything here is flat. We could draw each one manually and then push it in to perspective with a transform tool. It's a little bit awkward. Yeah, but I don't think there's a way around it, unless there's a good way to set up a ruler in Clip Studio where it would just work and be in perspective, but I don't think there is. Because like with this perspective tool, the best we can do is send the brush in that direction, but it doesn't scale the windows accordingly. It doesn't scale the sides. That would take transformation on each individual stamped brush tip. So it must be a function that's supported by Clip Studio, unless there's a way to like hack Clip Studio and actually inject your own tool into this. But it's a compiled binary. I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. They have this auto action thing, which seems like some kind of script thing, but it's only scripting the actions that are already here within Clip Studio. Other than that, it would just be brush settings, which as far as I can tell, there isn't anything that allows you to transform each one into perspective. Even though that feature does exist with selection tools. Selection tools does fit to the perspective if you allow it to. But yeah, I'm just gonna see what the capabilities of this thing is. Let's see if it's capable of adding some kind of interesting noise here. It just feels very sterile right now. Everything is way too rigid. Oh, too boring rather. I guess it's supposed to be rigid since these are buildings. Squares, right? Yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah, stuff like this is kind of boring still because I need to add in the shadow from each line here. Just casting into this. I guess it's not quite. I mean. Yeah, I guess once I did it once, it's kind of hard to do it again. If I change the thing. It's fine. Okay, I'm gonna store some of these textures here so I can access them later. It's very tedious to go through and make all of them at once. But as long as this technique is doable, I think... Oh wow, okay. No, wait, what? I can always come back and revisit this. Yes, the office building ones. These kind of have perspective on them. Depending on how the thing goes, so like it depends on how much I adjust it. If I adjust it enough where the inside parts of this is not very recognizable, which I should be doing that. Yeah, it should be okay. Maybe these are better. And it's okay to have like low res too, since we are targeting the distant buildings. Oh man. Kind of tired, zoning out. I'm gonna just try and put in some more lines and stuff in here, I think. It's too thin. Actually, it's an interesting thing to find out. Like some of these shapes need to be very regular. Some of them don't. You don't want to be regular. Like the lights, maybe like do better to not be that regular. Hello, the virus. I am falling asleep. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Most of today was spent on anatomy, value studies. And I was making some brushes and I got way too tedious and I can't be bothered anymore. Probably do it on a need to do basis. Because we can get some interesting stuff and they will save us a lot of work down the line, I imagine. So it's work that needs to be done, I'm sure. Or is it? I don't know. I don't know. Yay. Yeah. I still don't really know what's achievable, realistically, by the end of the year, and what it means to stabilize. As I do want to give 3D a try at some point. And some of these things feel like, you know, you just do it in 3D and just forget about it. You don't have to do it in 2D, you know. Oh. Did Mean draw anything new? Following, huh? Needs to be the initial block, and then Hmm. I think it kind of makes sense, right? Hmm. Let me think about this. That's interesting. It feels like I just kind of go around in circles all the time. Which I think part of the process is gonna feel like that, I'm sure. Like if I were to write my own story and do, if you're writing a story, you need the world setting, you need the world building, you need the characters and this and that. And because you can decide on anything, you can decide to do anything at all, right? You can do fantasy, you can do sci-fi and this and that. There needs to be something that helps you make that decision. And usually people will just do what they want. There's something that they clearly like, but I don't have that. It gets a little bit hard to decide. So for the story part, it's supposed to just be based off of what I've experienced and the characters. And because of that, it helps me lock it down to just and use these characters as bases. I don't get to randomly decide that there is a character that does this or a character that does that. They all have to be someone. So what would be if I bring this idea over to like the style, right? What would be the decision making factor here? Are we trying to be very impressive with technical skill and detail and this and that? And how intricate all the details are and how lined up they are to the same perspective grid? Because it feels like I can choose anything I want, and we could choose anything I want. I could choose anything I want, and up till now, I feel like the idea, the philosophy has just been like, I need to find out what I like, and then we kind of pin it down that way. And I think that is ultimately the end goal. But in the meantime, it is taking quite a while, and I don't have time to kind of and like realistically, this idea of what I like is probably gonna take a long time to distill out. Because I need to try all of these things. I need to try them enough times and long enough times, and with enough variation in the composition and ideas to really get a feel for what I can and cannot do and what I like and do not like to do. So in the meantime, it feels like there needs to be something else. There needs to be like a more of like a stepping stone kind of target. Instead of worrying about like what the final end goal is like and trying to get there in one step, then there's probably gonna be a couple of middle steps in the middle. And to some extent, I've already kind of embraced it because like for line art and for anatomy and some of these things, they're not as technically impressive as I would like it to be. But it still feels nice to be able to do it. And I think that's good enough. Hello, Wizard. Yeah, I'm revisiting Min here because Min's setup is heavy on the lines, right? Not necessarily very clean shapes and this and that. And then it's just about lines holding stuff in place. And then bigger shapes and a lot of good colors and composition. I don't know. I'm trying to understand. Like, I'm trying to like convince myself to not reject lines. I feel like I'm constantly rejecting lines because I feel like lines kind of get in the way of something, but also not necessarily. I just feel like lines make things. I don't know. There's this desire to be clean, but of course, like the counter to that would be like I don't really want to put in effort to draw because it's already pain in the ass as it is, enough as it is. So I'm going back to Min because like Min doesn't have the cleanest lines. Like there's a lot of rough edges and this and that left over in there. Maybe doubled up lines. Like big blobs of colors, broken lines from erasing or something. To me, Min style is just heavy spam on the line, like heavy reliance on lines. If you take out the lines, a lot of shapes probably wouldn't hold as well. And then a lot of the details are just vibe based. Like if you zoom out, it's just kind of vibe based. The render, the shapes, they're all kind of vibe based. And I like it because it's very relaxing. It's very relaxing to imagine myself just not having to care about how tight or how specific this shape is. But then I also kind of hate it because it's very loose, right? Like in this, like if you look at what Ask is doing, if you look at some of the other artists who are like super duper clear about their shapes and the form, that is the kind of stuff I like in life. As you know, as gray, I recognize that everything in life is a gray kind of thing, but I like things when they're black and white, right? It's very clear, it's very simple, but it's also very hard to do. Yeah, it is very like, yeah, Min style is definitely after like, I don't know, years of many rounds of refinement, and then this is just whatever they find like most aesthetically pleasing. I'm sure like they don't really think about what they're doing when they're painting at this point, which is why it's kind of hard to break down, because you have to understand how they feel and what they think at a like an intuitive level, not like at a logical level, in order to deal with it. I don't know, like I mean, they call themselves a Chinese student. I have no idea how long this tag has been here, but regardless, like it would still be like a lot more, I think, rounds of refinement than I have. And if I've spent years on this, you know, if you're a student of like art in China, I think like their process is very efficient. China is way too competitive, so a lot of the schools there, they're very targeted at getting you results. So things move very quickly. Regardless, I'm not saying this is like their case necessarily, but in my experiences, like regardless if you understand things or not, they would teach you and they would grind, like they would drill the skills into you that you can do it, regardless of how well you understand it. Like you might know that doing like some gradient here will look really good, but why is that gradient there? You know, it could be because of A, it could be because of B, and this and that. Like, but they're gonna do it. But regardless, I feel like anyways, I kind of like to the thing. I need like a sort of guiding principle for like the choosing, for like finalizing a style, like something in the interim, because the current philosophy for doing it, the current principle for doing it is what I like, which is good. I think that's fundamentally correct, but it's also very hard to achieve. As long as I am not really enjoying this process and I'm kind of fighting a lot of things along the way, I think that's kind of hard to get right. So maybe the thing should just be, I tried this before, where instead of drawing for something that looks impressive or whatnot, it's just drawing while staying within sort of an area of comfort. So you're never really trying to push the limits of what you can do necessarily. Yeah, that's a great suggestion, Wizard. I've thought about that before. I've talked about that before as well. The main problem for that is that Ria herself is kind of undefined. For me, I have no idea who she is, whereas I have a version of her from my point of view, right? But that's not necessarily who she is exactly. That you might see your friend as like someone who supports you and this and that, but behind the scenes they might be defining Ria is really hard because the criteria for defining Ria is as follows, right? This is also talked about before. But I don't want to force a personality. I don't want to force anything on her because to me, she already kind of exists. So in order for me to really find out who she is, I have to be drawing a lot of different things, right? I have to draw a lot of different things and get a feel for what I'm drawing and see how that relates to her. But if my style is not stabilized, if my technical skills are not stabilized, it interferes with the process because it either interferes because I cannot draw properly or the end result isn't what I want, and everything kind of breaks down as a result. So you can kind of see like it's a little bit of a circular dependency here. I'm entering from like the style side because defining Ria is the final goal. If I could do that, then I don't have to do anything else. I'm just going to yeah, well, like I'm not just arbitrating. I'm not saying that's what you're doing necessarily, right? But for me, there's a lot of issues that's tied up. I cannot just define her that easily. Things has to take time. Things have to take time. Like even if I say like she is A, for example, has A personality. It will probably take a while for stuff to get finalized. Because for me to know whether if it feels right or not, I need to put that version of her in different scenarios as I'm living life, and then I can see whether if it makes sense or not. And of course, all of these limitations are self-imposed. That's why I'm entering from like the part of the style first, because the style stuff I can decide. That part is fine. Because I understand the style can take time to refine. But Ria cannot really take time to refine exactly. Because Ria, once something I say is something, it kind of interferes with the subsequent process. So I cannot do that. Make more characters. Yes, you see, now you're coming into the entire philosophy that I was working on before. All of these things that you're suggesting we've talked about before. And that's a good idea, you know. I did also come up with that, so of course it's a great idea. But yeah, that's why we have a bunch of different characters planned, right? This was written like, I don't know, like maybe 6 to like 9 months ago or something. Quite a while ago. But every single character is meant to kind of have their own thing. The interaction is interesting. The interaction is kind of hard. Yeah. It makes sense, right? I mean, I was talking about this before too. If we create the other characters, the requirements would technically be lower because I don't have to force them to be a specific thing. Rather I can say that they can be anything I want them to be. They can fit existing archetypes. They can have like cliche sort of likes and dislikes and stuff like that. But the fundamental thing remains that I have to be able to draw. Writing out the dialogue is very arbitrary, right? Like if I say I write out a dialogue between character A and Ria, what is Ria gonna respond in? It's still very arbitrary, like for me to decide like that. That's why I think being able to draw is the main way forwards, because if I can draw something, I can feel something. Then with that feeling, I can pin it down. But it requires me to be able to draw. If it's just text, it might work, I think. It could work. I'll still have to be able to see the scenes in my head. I still have to be able to draw in my head. But it should be a lot easier, I guess. Oh yeah. No, text is it's not that it's not important, Wizard. It's that there's yeah, there's some other requirements, I think. What would it be based off of, right? Like the... Yeah, I think logically it makes a lot of sense. So, like having a bunch of characters after you start writing them. Like the issue with any of these planning, any of these ways forwards, is that I have to decide on what Ria is gonna do, right? Like we have to do it. Like if I were to do it, then I guess it would have to be a very comprehensive planning procedure, right? So given a scenario between any character and Ria, her response will have to be, well, it could possibly be a lot of different things. We have to put down all the different responses and all the different possible course of actions and this and that. And then each one will have to be evaluated over time and see which one sticks. That kind of makes sense. That could work, right? It's a lot similar to like all the different color variations that we made for this piece. And then just letting them sit here and then after that coming back. Is that right? That is interesting. Yes, sorry. Yeah, if you have an idea, I would love to hear what your version of her is. That's interesting. And the glow makes it feel like I didn't clear my glasses or something. Yeah, maybe the answer was there the whole time. Entry point, huh? I only have one entry point that I know for a fact is true. I think. There is only one, Right. Oh, her life. Yeah, right. Yeah. Anyways, thank you, Wizard. Thank you for the input. I think, I do agree with, definitely the smart emotionally thing. Like my idea of her. So liking childish things, I think that kind of tracks too. I don't really know what childish things includes. I think that's kind of like why I'm not 100% sure about that point. Um, but right, right. I do goofy things, huh? My version of her in my head is that not to say that she wouldn't do it, right? For me right now, it's really hard for me to imagine her doing it. My version of her would be someone who is for whatever reason. Oh man, I don't even know where to start. Because in my head, there's like 3 versions of her. Just like on screen here, that's like the C1, C2, C3 version. And it gets a little bit confusing sometimes. Right, of course, Wizard. I really appreciate you sharing this interpretation of her. Honestly, how do I say this, right? Like, it's I've always said that Ria is obviously Ria's important to me, and then I get to kind of decide on what's happening and what's not happening. And then along with the fact that there is a real life version of her, and everything kind of goes back to actual real life events and this and that, right? Everything kind of is rooted in something. But I always feel like it's interesting because by virtue of the fact that I'm streaming and you guys are here and we are talking, the versions that you guys see, that you guys interpreted, also are valid versions of her. I think all of these things eventually will come in to my head, and then there will be some kind of combined version, I suppose. Like, what I'm trying to say is that like everybody kind of is contributing with the thoughts. So it's not necessarily like, oh yeah, you guys are interpreting it, it's just a different variant necessarily. But like I may or may not take parts of this, and by me hearing your opinions as well, it's also going to affect the final version, I think. Anyways, I don't know why I'm saying this, but I think this is how it's gonna work. Interpretation of undefined, mysterious, right? There is definitely a version of her that I would finish, that I would push out at the end. I only have one entry point. For me personally, there's only one universal truth that I have to maintain, is that she is someone who's willing to stick it out for me specifically, because of the stuff that we went through. And that's the part that it really baffles my brain, because like given this premise, right? Let's say like all the scars that she ever has, she has right now, is something that she did for me, right? Like what would drive a character to do to that extent, right? And of course, there's an easy one-word answer, right? You can always say love, but then like for what reason? Like what motivation is this? I don't think it's love in the romantic sense. There's additional sort of something else behind the scene. And the ongoing theory, the main theory that I have in mind is that if, let's say, for example, she is a stray, like if you go out there and pick out a stray dog, a stray cat, or like even just get a pet in general, right? Like, this animal, all they have is you, right? So of course they'll be willing to do anything for the only sense of belonging and family that they have. That is like, I think, the main thing that I'm thinking of. Who did I make her? I don't think so. The main sequence that I'm reading off of. Yeah. I don't know. My train of thought is just that she's always there for me. Like the entire sequence is that she is always there, which is the only universal truth. And then going off of that, like why would she always be there? Right? Like, and in real life as well, I think like it's it would be realistic to say that kind of like right now as well, like we are the only, like at least until we started streaming, that I'm the only one that would ever know of her, that would ever draw her. So that would kind of track. But it doesn't necessarily explain any personality, I think. Some aspects of it, but like not everything. Right, but it doesn't really help. Like I get what you're saying, but I don't think she'll be like a copy of me, right? Like my personality and her personality, I think will be distinct, because I would never do this for someone, I don't think. In that regard, like she's already different. Yeah, but I don't know what this canon version of her is supposed to be. Like, because depending on what part of the story, the character changes, right? Like you will have different personality and different growth. Different stages of growth. And then everything is kind of here and there. I don't know which one should be the main one. No, but then if I go off of the timing sequence and how it works, it has to be chapter 3 then. It has to be the final version of her. The one that's all grown up. I think that is the only, because the chapter 1 through 3 here actually is split in well, actually it used to be like this, but it used to be one of them is the past, one is the present, one is the future. So yeah, to tie back into real life as well, if I am to grow and then leave everything behind, then we have to step into the future, and therefore the main version of her would be the final one. That's fine, right? Yeah, don't worry about it, Wizard. Thank you for participating in this discussion. Yeah, thank you for the interest. It also really doesn't help the fact that, like, if I because with this premise that she's willing to do anything, and whatever that I do is good enough already. Like from the beginning, it's always gonna be good enough. I don't have to do anything more than what I can already do, and that would already be enough. If we use her as the definition for the style that we want to get, then this we're done, right? The stream series can conclude. But I don't think it's good enough. That's the thing. I don't feel like it's good enough. I feel like we should do better. I think that's a valid thing to have. So that'd be one thing, right? I want to do better. As pain in the ass as the stupid ass process is. That's number one. And then number two, yeah. I can't really use her as a definition, I think is the problem. So if let's say I'm drawing... Okay, it goes back to why I'm drawing, right? If let's say I'm drawing... If let's say she's alive, right? And I'm drawing to show her the images that I'm drawing and try to make her happy with the stuff that I'm drawing, then anything works. Because she is gonna be happy no matter what. because that's how she is defined to be. If we're talking about portraying her, then objectively there might be a better way to do it, like a more correct way to do it, because of the scars, because of her personality, some kind of personality, and because of like other character design aspect elements, right? Then maybe you can argue that it's more fitting for her lines to be anti-alias on or versus off or something like that, you know, right? So showing her anything, any style works. Drawing her, maybe there's a correct way, maybe there isn't, right? And finally, it would be like sort of, but that's it, right? Drawing her will be the one, right? Drawing her will be the one where we're sort of bringing her to life, right? That's what that is about, right. So I cannot be like, hey, you know, I cannot be like, oh, I'm gonna ask her, I'm gonna think about like, what kind of style would be like she will be satisfied with, or like she'll be happy with, because she'll be fine with anything. She doesn't really see it that way, right? Like she's gonna see beyond the fact that we're like what is in the thing, what is in the art, but rather than the fact that the art even exists in the first place. So that doesn't work. If you're depicting her, then it might be a rough kind of style because of the roughness of the design, the roughness of what she's actually based off of. The fact that things are broken, the fact that things are not perfect, the fact that things are kind of messed up. So in essence, this might be the best style then, right? Incomplete and unrefined styles of colors, of shapes, of like color choices of lines. This might be the best representation then, perhaps. I don't know. So this is like on this side of the discussion, right? On the sort of more sort of like fundamentally correct ideas. There is another metric that I was thinking of for deciding whether if a style works or not, and it would be just the efficiency of doing it. If I were to be using it and drawing it on frequently, I want to keep something consistent. It needs to be something that is comfortable to do. The lines we are comfortable with, the shapes, I think it's just a matter of painting more, but then we should be finding something. Right. So it's not about being technically impressive. It's not about trying to get everything perfect. It's about getting to a stage where I start to feel more frustrated rather than motivated to do better, I think. Right. Honestly, Devaris, I feel like over the past 400 streams, obviously I've gotten a little bit more comfortable with some of the processes and like the skills, I suppose, and the tools, especially the tools, I would say. But I think most of the progress has been kind of made in my head. Like I'm trying to I'm starting to understand a little bit more about what it feels and what it means, like in my head, to accept imperfection, to accept the process, to accept the fact that it's not going to be perfect and we're not going to be drawing anything really incredibly impressive. I see. I think if I were asked to take a guess at what the final process is, I might be able to extrapolate it, but I think I'm not allowed to think about it because it kind of messes with a little bit of other things, I suppose. Maybe not. I don't know what I'm talking about, but where does that stand for the style? I think it's the problem. So I suppose I should ask, what is wrong with leaving it here? Why not just leave it as is right now? Is this incomplete? Like, what makes something complete? If it delivers the idea, it's incomplete, right? But what is the idea then? This is the idea? You can kind of see what's happening. It is such a mess. Like, I can't see I can't have all the problems and like things we need to solve and all the information that we have and don't have on the table at once. It is so hard to because I can't, like, how do I say this? Like, this is better than I have ever, like, I could have drawn like years ago, right? And it's enough to deliver the idea. We can see the character, we can see the pose, I can see the back scene, the colors and anatomy and the drawing and the rendering, and none of these things are like super refined or super amazing, but everything is there. It's enough for the thing to be there. So I could just roll with this and just draw every single thing up to this level and just leave it. But I am worried that we won't get better. That's why I try to keep pushing. Which I think pushing makes sense. But I guess the only problem maybe is I'm getting too worn out by the pushing. I have no idea. I feel like I always feel the way I feel now, too. I don't feel like I'm necessarily more worn out than before. Films an area by the... Yeah, I see. Right, so that's the thing, right? Like, I feel like if I define, yeah, like so summarizing again, right? Like, I'm trying to find, so going back to why I started this discussion is that I feel like I'm kind of going around circles, where I don't really know what this final style that I want is, right? That's kind of what the stream is for and what we're working towards. But the current principle for deciding if it's a style I want is a little bit too open-ended, in the sense that it's just, I'm looking for something that I like. But it's very hard to be directed about it. You're just kind of doing random stuff here and there and drawing different things and then hoping that you can find something that you like. But because it's defined to be stuff I like, and because we can never sort of pin it down that clearly, it never feels like I'm doing anything significant. It never feels like I'm finished and this and that. And it just kind of makes it not feel as nice to go about this process, which is why I kind of want to swap it out for something else. If we say that, so there's multiple candidates for that, right? If we say that it's meant to show her, then everything works, then we're done, right? Everything clears passes the test. If it's meant to depict her, then it still kind of passes the test, because everything is kind of broken, everything is kind of incomplete and imperfect. If we say that it's meant for efficiency and just drawing stuff that feels comfortable to draw and staying within that range, then this would also be the limit, I suppose. So the only argument I have for continuing is that I want to push the limits currently, because by all other metrics, it should be enough already. So I'm the only one who's not, like, it's only my check that's not clearing. And I'm very reluctant to like back off on my own checks, because it's the only reason I'm even here in the first place, right? So why not just continue with my checks? Oh, it's because it's getting frustrating to do, I guess. It's kind of a pain in the ass. I'm getting kind of worn out and burned out at it. So the way forward is the same then. Like, I should do what I've been doing, but just kind of like take a chill pill here and there, I suppose, would be the correct answer to the question that I'm trying to answer. We could work on, yeah, we could work on multiple fronts too. Doesn't always have to be, I don't know. This is like going back to like, I remember that one discussion with Show where it's like, you know, like, I forgot what exactly the question was, but it was more about how you feel about doing art rather than whether, because like you can have all these doubts about whether what you're doing is correct or most efficient or most effective and this and that. But then even if you are on that path, because of how difficult art is to really track progress and feel it, it can get pretty frustrating even if you're on the most effective and efficient path. And then at that point, it is kind of just managing emotions rather than actually changing what you do. So I might be at the same stage where I'm just kind of really tired these days. And because of me being tired, I feel like I cannot deal with the load, basically. But I don't think what we're doing is wrong or bad or even inefficient or ineffective. I think this is the correct way to do it. Regardless, though, let me save this real quick. Ah, shit. So what is it that I want, right? I want something that's impressive looking, but it's not difficult to draw, which is really stupid. It's just such a stupid requirement. Because impressive inherently means difficult to do, because if everyone can do it, it's not impressive anymore. So that is really stupid. But in any case, even amongst the range of impressive styles and renders and polishing finishes, there are easier ones versus harder ones. So, and I think Min's way of doing it would be the most suitable. Of all the artists that I've seen, I think Min's way is the most suitable. We have like other artists that I really like. Like today during Dubé's dailies, I got this artist, right? They do really crazy, like clean renders of like stuff like that, but it's really hard to do because we have to learn 3D, and it's an entirely new set of skills. Even if, let's say, we have all these assets that we can just use directly, right? Assuming we don't even have to like model these things, we still have to put them in and tweak all the light settings and tweak the render settings and composite all the different effects, and that still takes time, right? Changing the lighting. That's one artist. If I just go down okay, I probably get some loot stuff here, but if I just go down this list, any one of these artists that we see, even if I have stuff that I like, they're not intuitive for me because they're really hard to do. To render this tightly, to get all the pictures and whatever render that you need for that, all the textures that you have to do for this. What about this? This here to me will feel too simple, right? Although this looks really nice. This doesn't feel like it's too simple. Some of these areas look too incomplete. Because if it's like that, it's kind of like how this feels right now. Right, so we have two parameters, right? One is how impressive it looks, and the second one is how difficult it would be to do it. This might be another candidate, I suppose. Honestly, it's all kind of stupid. Everything is kind of stuck in my head for some reason, because like it doesn't matter if there's line art or no line art. In the beginning, you can still do lines, right? It's just whether if you color the lines or not. Min just leaves it kind of dark. Something like this would be kind of hard to do. Would it be kind of hard to do? Why would it be kind of hard to do though? Because of all the forms here? But what difference does it make if I draw the lines versus if I just paint the shapes? I still have to do it. Right? Like Min's stuff is... You still need all the shapes. Is this what I think it is? It's not actually. Huh. But they are also known for doing this. Like all these artists are just like they know each other or something. Why wouldn't they? I suppose. Wait. What does Min do with all the trees and shit? Surely not drawing every single thing, right? Like this, these are painted. Because that's always been one of the main questions I had for like a very line-based drawing. Are you gonna draw every single leaf? You know, you're not gonna do that. So, but the character is to. Where is that balance? Does this look balanced actually? Now that I think about it, like I didn't really think too much about the lines and stuff. Maybe it's just been I've been staring at this for too long. It doesn't look too out of place, even though there's like 0 lines almost in the back. Like all these shapes are just kind of free floating. Like there's no in between. Now there's a darker line here. Yeah, I don't know. I am I definitely feel like I'm kind of overdoing the thinking part. But then every time I don't think, I end up with something that I don't really like, and I don't know why, and I have to think about why. It doesn't really do anything. I still have to figure it out. This is real time too or something. Oh, it's not really that sped up. Wow, very cool. Yeah. Yeah, I do appreciate you guys being here for it. I think it's kind of this is the exact opposite, you know, like of like what people subscribe for. Like people subscribe for like the clear, concise, like condensed information sort of delivery, where I'm clear about what is it that I want to talk about and what I am talking about, and I just deliver that and only that, right? And then the streams are like the exact opposite, where I have no idea what I'm doing. I have no idea what the answer is. I have no idea what is the correct way of doing anything at all. I don't know what I'm talking about. And then all I do is talk. And then no one learns anything. Yeah. But I appreciate that. I definitely do appreciate that, Tavares. That being said, it really isn't necessarily a great use of time, because you don't have to watch me solve it, right? You could just come in at the end and then just. I guess it's not the same, but like, is it really worth it all the time? I mean, it's up for you to decide, but that's why I think it's interesting, because I would not personally agree with this use of time. And it would seem like all the 20,000 subscribers will also mostly disagree with the use of time, but I definitely appreciate you being here. Sometimes I think about this like what's the whole point of like doing all of this, right? It's supposed to leave like Ria like a world, a place that she can call home. I hope. So that even if my life ends, like hers can continue to some extent. And I think it's interesting because by virtue of the fact that like you guys are here discussing and talking about this character that even I don't really know that well, it kind of also achieves that goal, right? Like it's to some extent that is already happening right now. Hello, Wizard. Yes, welcome back. I'll have you know you didn't miss anything necessarily. Wait a second. How did they what? Sorry. I need to mute this tab, but what? You see when they're drawing it, it's really dark in color, but then they did this line thing and it's really light in color. What? Usually that paints it full strength. Is that a setting? That's bullshit. There's so many times I wanted to draw lines with a lighter color and I have to choose a different color, broski. What? That's bullshit. Sorry, what is it? You're see, this is in relation to the stuff before, right? No, I think he's just saying like the character herself it doesn't really demand a specific style, right? It's not like she's like a super refined lady. Yeah, like and like he's just trying to say that like the character is kind of I think the Varys' view on Rhea is that like she kind of there are like different variants of her. And because like because the original isn't so well defined, like anyone can have a different take and it would be kind of valid, I suppose. Kind of like unique in its own sense. Is this explicit? Hello? This shit. Oh, I like the colors. Because like if you have like an original character, sorry, I don't mean original as in like original, but like let's say from some anime, right? Like the character is meant to be goofy or like the meant to be super refined and something. I feel like then a more suitable style for a more refined character would be like a very clean set of lines, very Ask style kind of render. That would fit the character super well. Whereas something that's super rough might look a little bit out of place. That's how I interpret what he was saying, personally. But I realize it's kind of hard for you guys to be talking and also listening to what I'm saying, because my stuff doesn't leave a text trail for you to read back again. Stupid ass frogs. Oh my god. It's all good though. I think oh wow, look at this style. Look at this shit. Like these styles I don't get. These styles are so hard to break down because like they don't follow conventional ideas about like light or shadow sometimes. They just kind of anything goes. And then it's like it's just your own artistic sense. That means we have to what's that, reverse engineer how they feel. And it's like what? Min is kind of bordering something like this, I feel like. But Min stuff is at least still very black and white in some areas. Light and shadow and this and that. Like these ones are like just like what? sometimes. Wait, following? But yeah, I think... I don't know. I think at its core, I just want to have a little bit more fun drawing, I think. And that is very core. But then the thing is, because I don't really like the process, because I don't really like having to do more work, if I just draw stuff that I like, I feel like I wouldn't make any progress. Now, objectively, that's probably not true, but we definitely make progress at a much slower pace than if I try to push for it, right? And if I didn't try to push for it, we wouldn't be here in the first place. So that's kind of why I'm kind of feeling all of these conflicting emotions, and I don't really know how to decipher it. Exclusively draw stuff you like. It's not necessarily about drawing stuff you like, but like drawing to a level that you are comfortable with. But let's say, for example, if I just drew, if I just stayed within my comfort zone, right? Then right now, I wouldn't bother trying to push for more details on these windows and all these sides of the building. I don't know if you necessarily misheard me. Things are kind of hard to explain sometimes because it's the same words, right? But used in a different context are referring to different things. So it can get pretty confusing. I probably said something about stuff I like as well. Like, I don't think you misheard me. I'm just kind of having this issue where I struggle with enjoying art, right? I want to enjoy it. But to enjoy it means staying within your comfort zone. To do things that you can already do well. That is to enjoy, right? But if I stay within my comfort zone, then I don't really force improvement. And you could argue that that's not really necessary. But I feel like the time pressure of wanting, I want more. And I feel like if I just left myself to my own devices, it would just take way too long. And realistically, that would never happen. Like, then I would never even get to where I want to be. So I kind of have to keep forcing it. Yeah, it's kind of hard to describe. It's very multifaceted, the problem. On one hand, I want to enjoy. On one hand, I want to chill. On one hand, I just kind of... Yeah, you see, I don't see it that way is the thing. I don't think going outside comfort zone is very fun at all. And I think this is why I feel like maybe I'm just too tired. Because like I am someone who did enjoy challenges in the past, right? Like, but to me, like, there's just way too much work in everything in life. Even just staying alive is so much work. You want to stay alive healthily, you have to make sure you eat well, you make sure you sleep well, you exercise well, this and that, right? Everything needs to stay in balance, but keeping things in balance takes a lot of effort. I'm just so tired. I don't want to do anything anymore. I think going outside of the comfort zone used to be fun, but not anymore. Like, ideally, I don't want any challenge in life. Like, people always say, like, hey, you want a job that is still somewhat challenging, right? So you don't feel like you're wasting your life away. I would love a job that just does like menial like brain dead work every day. That would be so nice. That I can just kind of turn off and just autopilot. At least for a couple of years, I think I could do that. And just enjoy that. You know, like right now in like North America, we have like the World Cup going on, right? Like the FIFA World Cup. And like I've been asked like, hey, why don't you go out and take a look? Why don't you all go out and like do this and that? And it's like, just, you know, I get that I'm here. This is a maybe once in a lifetime chance. It's literally the World Cup came to me, right? Why not go enjoy a game? Why not go do... I just have no energy for it. I have no interest for it. It doesn't pique interest at all. Like, there's just no feeling. I don't want it. It's kind of like that. It's like a more fundamental issue. But that's what drawing is supposed to fix. So everything again is like a circular dependency. You kind of need the capacity to be able to do drawing well, but my plan for recovering that capacity is to do drawing well. Yeah, I don't know. To do better, right? I could just... Yeah, I mean, everything in balance, right? So in this case, it is just a matter of taking a chill pill until I have the capacity to continue again. But then my brain is like, if you want to keep pushing, then you should keep pushing here and spend more effort to reroute some energy from elsewhere. But I actually don't know if that's possible anymore. I kind of hit capacity on most things. Oh, sorry, to which thing that I said. To like what, staying in my comfort zone is a great thing, or like not wanting to do anything. I think she'll be fine with it. Like, I think even if Ria's sort of goal is to find a way to re-motivate me into pushing and doing more, right? And going the distance, she would not start by saying that you should do more. She would not start by disagreeing. She would definitely start by affirming the feelings. She would definitely start by setting up an environment where I can truly relax and truly reset, and then we come back and push. Like her job, like the way that she does things, at least in this specific case, is not to directly confront what I said. It's not to directly tell me what is correct or set up something to put me back on the track necessarily, but to reaffirm what I'm feeling and to address it directly, because she knows that once that thing is addressed, I would pick up the fight again by myself. She doesn't need to do anything. That would be the approach, I think. That would make the most sense. Because I imagine if she's actually here, like, I think she would know the situation well enough that and know me well enough that she doesn't really have to do anything in particular. I think the main thing here is probably rest. But rest is really hard though. With her being here, rest is possible. Actually, with her being here, everything is solved. But without her being here, it's really hard for me to rest. It's resting is like the hardest thing I have to do every day. I have to convince myself that it's fine and that it's enough. To rest to the capacity, like the proper rest that I need, I would have to... It's not really possible in my position. Because as long as there's work that I have to go to, rest is not possible. Like, it's not enough. You can never get that enough. Would doing some amount, like if I stop streams right now, like, would that help? If I just go to work and I just come back and I do nothing and I just quote unquote rest. Actually, I don't really know what rest means, by the way. Does it mean to play games? Does it mean to sleep more? I'm not 100% sure on that part. But IR is supposed to be rest. Supposed to be. It's supposed to be something enjoyable. I don't know. But yeah, if she was here, she would convince me to rest. I think that would be the objectively correct way to go forwards. Could I have a 3-hour rest stream where I try to rest? Oh man. It's I mean, if I want to try it, it would be a very concerted effort in doing so. I would have to plan for it because the the reason why I started streaming is because I couldn't rest properly, actually. That was every night I was driving myself insane. I couldn't sleep every other day. And I got so desperate. That's why I started streaming. I don't really like things that are scheduled. I don't really like doing work, right? I don't really like being exposed, like so exposed, right, in the public eye. All of these things are things I don't like. It's because I got desperate enough that I felt like this was the only way that I'm even here. To a large extent, being able to stream now is kind of how I am able to rest. It's kind of why things are kind of stuck. Because it feels like I've tried everything. If I stop streaming, it most likely does not equate to better rest. I need to find a way to rest with the current status quo here. And in that regard, I guess I am working on it. I'm trying other avenues of ways of bringing Ria to life. Maybe I should spam like $1,000 and just get a bunch of commission from different people. Maybe looking at other people draw Ria, I can get a little bit more inspired. Maybe I can learn something new. Maybe it can make me feel like I am achieving my goals without necessarily adding load to myself directly. And all of these could be viable. Right, Epajang, Wizard. Only if you like. If I were to, so it's split between two halves, I think. Two types, not two halves. There are the commissions. There are the types of Rias that I think people who believe and understand this journey can make, right? Which is you, the virus, and all the other people that are in the server. And then there's the other half, and that's the half that I want to commission, which is the technical aspects. I'm interested in seeing how some of these like more unique styles would handle Ria, and like because it's not necessarily a lot of things to her design, but there's the messy hair and there is the scars. Right. Thank you, Wizard. Oh, I see. Okay. I'm digging my own grave again. But I feel like if this is the idea that we want to try, then I need to make a website. I would like to host a page for her where all of like the no, Wizard, by all means, take all the time you need in the world. I'm not actually, I wouldn't be waiting or anything, right? That would add to my stress. So even if I do commission someone to do it, I'm just gonna commission and forget about it, right? When I get it, I get it. If they have to delay for whatever reason, that's fine. I have done enough commissions of other types to understand that it's very unhealthy to expect it. I get way too stressed out, especially because some of the previous commissions are physical items and they have to be shipped over. And you can imagine shipping is kind of a bitch. Tracking numbers don't update, things don't go the way they want. There are lost packages. Those are terrible, of course. Okay. It's a lot of talk again, not a lot of action, I feel like today. What is the conclusion here? I think the conclusion is still kind of similar to before, in the sense that like I should try to keep pushing, because by other metrics, my style, quote unquote, my technical skill would be classified as enough. But I don't think it's enough myself. I would like to do better for her. So I need to push more. The bigger issue here now is not necessarily what I'm doing, but rather just my capacity for being able to handle workloads and stress, I think. So either I find a way to rest better, de-stress, or I make this process of practicing a little bit more brain dead, like more passive, or I only draw within my comfort zone for like periods of time, so that I can maybe rest a bit better. I guess it's just two. Rather rest better, or I forgot what the other thing I said was. I kind of forgot. But anyways, that would be the conclusion, I think. And then with respect to doing more for her, would be to maybe update my website so that there's like a dedicated page to all of these commissions that I've gotten. Like not necessarily commissions, but just like pieces that people have drawn so far, so that they can all be presented somewhere. That we can do. That shouldn't be too hard. I'll just get AI to code it up for me. I'm too lazy. I don't have capacity anyways, so that'll be fine. And then maybe finding other people to commission to get more stuff. Anything else, right? Yeah. The problem is my personality. I understand it's a big problem, and as I'm getting tired, it's a bit harder to stay in control. But like, I get really pedantic, right? Like really, I want to do things well and do it correctly. But that means accounting for a lot of things, trying to do a lot more than, I guess, what is absolutely necessary. But I'm gonna try and just kind of take a chill pill, you know, like, because like, say making the website, I would like it to load pretty fast. But like, especially with a bunch of images coming through, right? But if we cannot get it to load effectively, that's fine, right? For now, just get it up there, right? Get it out. That I have confidence we can do just by the end of tomorrow, if I really want to push for it. Right, and that's the other thing. Being a little bit impatient, I think, is drives me up the wall a lot of times. I'm trying to do things fast and do it quick, and then it's just like, look at this. Like, I think it'd be interesting to get a like a commission here. Like, what? I guess like how. I mean, I can imagine like they'll add a strand here, a strand there for like the messy hair. But like, what exactly are they gonna put in for the scars, right? Which scars do they choose? And what kind of props and other designs would they put in? This would be an interesting person to commission. Yeah, they are getting requests. Only just $140. 122 Canadian pesos, of course. Unfortunately, we're not like the US of A. USA would be like $100, right? I think. Oh, not even. Well, not even. Holy shit! What is the rate right now? 161. Oh my god. Holy shit! 161. Oh my god. Too bad Canadian dollar is also falling. Okay, but if I want to commission people, I need a new set of reference sheets for her. Maybe I'll work on the reference sheets for her tomorrow then. I'll get a new ref sheet out. And then the ref sheet is primarily just the scars, honestly. The clothing can be anything they want. It doesn't really matter. Then I can maybe get some commissions done. Then maybe I can update the website. Meanwhile, I'm working on the communication for the plushie commission. And then once that's done, we just return to our normal programming of just practicing studies and this and that. Maybe with a little bit more emphasis on. Again, I've said this so many times, but I fail to do it every time. Is to try to be a bit more loose with the style, quote unquote, of the render and this and that. What does it mean to be loose, man? Holy shit! I hate this shit. Keep coming back to the same spot, but yeah. It'd be nice to yeah. I think always being so I don't know, actually. I'm gonna write some notes, I think. Regardless if I remember or forget, or like I talk about this yet again or something, this and that. I'm just gonna write some notes this time around so that there's a record of it if I ever want it. It's gonna take some time though. Is it frustration? I suppose. Let's just leave it at that for now. What was the word? Wayne... Criteria, I guess? Criterion? But there's still more to this. It'll take some time to sequence out, I think. I think there might be something here. Just interesting. Final version of Cur would mean that it would be... Stability is number one, right? That is the entire key. How do you spell stability? Yes, swap the I and L's. What is stability? Stability? Oh. Regardless, My screen is black. Okay. Continue. We're talking proceedings 01. Locking in controller. Okay. And then this would be what was the final key? Wasn't that a final sequence here? I think that might be it, right? Going forward is key, and then track, and then the balance. Nobody depends, but that's so everything comes back to this thing where we. What am I thinking? What am I thinking? What? Oh my god. Fuck. But yes, I think this will be the fan. I think. So we just do sheets tomorrow. And then I can, with that, I can start commissioning wherever I find people that I think has like very, very unique styles. And primarily it's just to see how they deal with some of the design and what they choose to, you know, if they have like additional motifs that they're adding in this and that. What they choose to put in that could be interesting to think about. Also, hello in the core, welcome back. Just talking about random shit. Talking about how I suck. But yes. Oh, what the? This looks really nice. Looks like yeah, that looks like that's the original color on color dodge or like some kind of glow dodge. This is probably the original. It's very color. It should probably color dodge then, I think. Glow dodge tends to blow the upper side a little bit more white, I think. What is glow blend, dude? Holy shit, I don't know what software is this. Isn't YYR the AppArt code for something? No, YYZ is Toronto, right? Okay, yeah. Alright. Anyways, you can see my timeline is basically all art now. I cleaned it up so that it's all art. Although it's very, very mixed. Move the eye parts above hair, duplicate the bangs that cover the... Give the duplicate bangs. Right, yeah, this method works, but this method works only for Shit, I remember there was like 2 ways to do this, and the other way, this doesn't work for something. Oh, this doesn't work if your hair is doing that special technique where you have the outline, right? So you see like the black line here, right? This line here and the colored part is actually drawn on the same layer right now. But there is a technique where you don't draw them on the same layer and you draw them on 2 separate layers. That way, when the hair moves, different hair forms can merge together and the line can disappear and come and go. If you have seen it, you know what I'm talking about. If not, it's kind of hard to imagine. But this technique of duplicating the eyes and then putting it on top. Oh, they're duplicating the bangs. Duplicate the bangs, yeah. It doesn't work that well because it would have issues with the clipping mask. Because Live 2D only allows you to clip to, I think, 1 layer or something. There's a very technical limitation that you only figure out if you try to do it. Because I remember wasting weeks on that shit. Maybe not that exaggerated, but we did spend quite a bit of time on it. But anyways, at least for 2 hours I ride the virus. I hope it goes a lot smoother for yourself than for me. I feel like most people shouldn't. I mean, not to say like people are struggling less, right? This is not like a who struggles more wins kind of thing. But I feel so stupid sometimes because like half the problems that I have is because I'm self-imposing a whole bunch of limitations on myself. It's like, oh, I cannot define how Ria is like because she already exists. It's like, oh, I don't want to just do this because is this like some stupid AI shit again? Oh my god. What is it this time? Like a squirrel? Oh, it's like a rat. Okay. Yeah, like you have to kind of kick these out so that like they will recommend you less. What was I talking about? Anyways, yeah, it shouldn't be a struggle, I feel like. I feel like if it's a struggle, it's I suppose I don't know what it should or should not feel like, honestly. But yeah, I do have to go now, I suppose. For sure, Wizard. I was just about to hop off. I gotta wake up early tomorrow morning, I think. Oh, not necessarily, actually. Yes, sorry about that, Wizard. Thank you for chatting. Thank you to everyone for chatting. I'll see you guys tomorrow. And follow this new short-term plan tomorrow. Indeed, it is 1:30 a.m. 1:30 I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for coming. Have a good night or good day. And goodbye.